Hello everyone! I hope you're doing well today. I am your host, the Otaku Gent. And we are finally, hopefully, going to get some actual progress done with Tiny Tina. I haven't quite eaten yet, but I'm hoping to get some food in a bit. So I might pause to order that once the time is right. Boy! Mind the leather! Sorry, cat just jumped on the back of my wonderful, wonderful chair. Wondering why I keep talking so highly about this chair is I have been sitting on a bare, basic chair for the last couple of years once my old chair broke on me. Before, it had just a single leg missing where the wheels are. But eventually, when I was leaning back, the entire back just snapped. And I was basically on this, or stuck with this very uncomfortable chair. It was one that came up to my mid-back, no arms, and it was very hard on the rear quarters and the lower back. Not fun for anyone. But now with this beauty, it's quite comfortable. I can sit here and I've actually fallen asleep in it more than a few times. It is made of leather, unfortunately that's going to be hard during the summer days, but I'll figure something out. Maybe I'll get a cover or something for it. But it is still quite nice. When I lean back, it does lean a little to the right. Which is a little troubling. Worried that's why I come up later, but for now it's fine. So I'm not too torn up about it. Either way. With that out of the way, let's see about getting Wonderlands going. Sorry, what was that? And I should be properly hydrated. I have my water, I have my G Fuels. So food should be the only thing that should be stopping me from actually getting anything done. That goose game, or duck goose game. I'm happy with its real good numbers, I suppose. Okay, had to get something for my tablet so I can actually see where the stream's going. There we are. Okay, thank God. Okay, so there we go. Pause the music. Okay, continue. Let's get through this place, shall we? Whoa. Okay, okay. Okay, everything's rendering in. Let's see here. Journal. We're actually going. Okay then.
One of my marbles is near. Smash it and release my memories.
This is possibly the easiest one yet.
Apparently, we're wyvern slayers of a wyvern with famous spells. I teased him by saying tutored a water, and he, cast a water spell, so to speak.
Okay. Or okay. We're safe. I'm sorry, did that have red text? What do you mean Chrome? Huh. About time! Rotate between. Yeah. Huh. See about that later. Oh, points. Okay. Okay, so. Huh. Uh, okay. Huh. Okay. You know, I don't know. How
Apocalypse!
Okay, give me a moment here. I'm not sure if it's just my tablet or what. Okay.
Guess what?
See, that was so many times. Okay, okay. I don't know what the hell was. What is this? Okay, restart Steam. One moment, everyone. What the hell? Hey, let's see if that fixed it. I know it'd be nice if you stayed longer than a few damn minutes. Okay. Okay, it's starting. It's going smoother. Definitely a lag, but running smoother at least. I will take what I can get. Okay. Oh hey, Goblin. Let's fingers crossed, everyone. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's... Oh, all the way back here. Well...
Inexorable! Piss off to the hereafter! Helpful! Like wheat before the scythe!
Yeah, that's a big one. Or not. Hello. God. Okay, yeah, it's just because... Going back. Now that's a dragon! Huh. Oh, hell no. Oh. Welcome, OG Clips.
Ooh, I never get tired of that. Full and fresh.
Okay. Hello. How are you today? Okay, let's see.
I rescued him, but really, I feel he rescued me.
It's going pretty good. Yep. Test. Okay. Okay, let's see. Right, how far off are we? That's just around the corner. Good.
A grog like browns of urgent soda. We say it tastes like poo. But we can't go dry or the songs are coda. Grog say it don't taste good. But we tried all day in the same silly way, watching grog go spilling down. A grog like browns of urgent soda. We say it tastes like poo. But we can't go dry or the songs are coda. Grog say it don't taste good. But we tried all day in the same silly way, watching grog go spilling down. A grog like browns of urgent soda. We say it tastes like poo. But we can't go dry or the songs are coda. Grog say it don't taste good. But we tried all day in the same silly way, watching grog go spilling down.
See.
A grog like
Aye,
browns
that
of
be me
urgent
first mate
soda.
and his fellows. They'll never listen to you if you don't start a fight with them first. Challenge him to a
We
duel.
can't go dry. Ha! Hear that, lads? The hero wants to fight! Twouldn't be a fair fight for ye. See, we've got plot armor. Plus,
Yeah.
me grog mug's still full of strictly non-alcoholic brew.
Yeah.
Outside.
Okay, so how do we get this guy to fight?
Easy. Pirate Rule 27B. Spilled grog must be avenged. Break his mug.
But we tried all day in the same You've run afoul of Pirate Rule 27B. Now that's a serious breach of decorum. You trying to pick a fight with us, Haler? I said I was. Why should I? I bet you fight like a dairy farmer.
Wait, why are we gasping?
Because you've just been challenged to a duel
It's the pirate way. Now we gotta hit him with the cutness, meanness, wake up in a cold sweat 20 years later his comeback, or we lose the duel. We're gonna need options.
Oh, hey.
Your mom should have thrown you away and kept the stalk. No one talks about Deborah first mate like that! You're getting killed, Hall! I would run if I were you. Yes, just as we practiced. You said the plot armor would protect us! Ha ha! Oh, Danny First Mate, just 'cause it doesn't kill you don't mean it don't hurt! Now, rejoin me crew and help us take down Chartreuse LeChance! Huzzah! Only a few crew left to find, and I know just where they'll be. Polly, chart a course for Plunder Port! Plunder Port! Plunder Port!
Wait, that way? Okay.
You won't be needing that!
Before the ocean got a boom boom blasted, Plunderport was a small island pirate town. From your vantage point on the seafloor, it is a spire beckoning to be climbed.
A whole town of pirates? I love this.
Why are you so into pirates?
They're just so free. You know, they take their ships from port to port, answering to no one, searching for fortune and infamy.
Isn't that exactly what we do, just in space?
Space pirates. Whoa.
I think we lost him.
Okay. One more, everyone.
Where's the other head?
One more. And I'm back, everyone. Sorry about that. That was for lunch. Okay, let's get back to it.
Okay, plug in.
What do we got there? Be switched out. Whoops. Ah, there we go.
Ooh, look! A puzzle.
Okay, so. Oh, right, I should probably see this.
Oh, there's one. No, that's a cherry. I got another one in here somewhere, I think. They're actually pretty good. She says she's got several different types. There's another one. Not quite as red, but I had one the other day.
Strawberries.
And, oh god, it tasted good.
I will never turn down a fresh strawberry. Especially one right off the vine. What was I doing? What was I doing? Oh, right.
Okay, where am I? No, I don't want to be.
Okay. Oh. I hope everyone can see. Will see that. There's
Daughters of the Claw. I slaughtered
People
all
don't think
of
I'm
my
not.
wake. I knighted my pincer dragoons with the
What the-
guts of my fallen enemies. My newfound consciousness instilled in me a desire for conquest. To know that the minds of others feared me, Chella the Unruly. And then I met a new foe who I could not conquer with claw or pincer. Her name was Maris the Merciful, the most beautiful crab mine eyes ever beheld.
What
And
the?
so I fell in love.
Okay.
Get the hell out of here.
Like someone's fanfic or something, cause damn. Wait, travel to Brighthoof. Huh. Oh, right. Whoops.
You've been on the protein, ain't ya? Right, shut off.
I cast level 5 commerce! Now, this legendary item, you already bought it. Is yours!
I can't fucking buy it. There we go. Some freaking another. 20,000 years under the sea. Huh.
Go now, adventurer! To the seafloor, whereat a most restless spirit cannot, well, rest. I mean, not until his lady love can. Also, rest. Do it for love! Or money, whatever. I ain't judging.
Huh. How is that the secondary color? Oh, never be on my. I'm gonna be. There we go. Give me a heart attack. Well, I want better. It looks better. Huh. Actually. Yeah, that looks better.
How doth thou like me now?
And swiftly sent him happily to the next task.
I need some of that money to. Or money to. Extend things.
Let's see how fast you can run without any legs.
If you're wondering where I get my ruthlessness from, now you got an idea. Yes, right. swear. Like I don't get enough from the selector. Alright. Where do I use this gun? Yes. If I had a car, I could just run. Here we are. Let's see. 1, 2. Okay, we are. The connection only grows stronger. But seriously, we only have like a 3-second lag now. 3 lag! That's... Ooh. Shiny. 5! See, this is where modifiers come in. Start on. What's our level? Yeah, we are a while away. Okay. Guys, never say I attempt to reach how I think of it. It'd be nice to have some again.
This'll be over before you can regret it. Ready to bring the arcane pain? You shall have extra peanut butter this night.
Okay. You know what? I'm curious.
Don't do warning shots. Fully stopped.
What? Let's make the minimum worth 1.4. Yeah, 1.4K. I'll pick it up. I'll at least make sure things get. Things are a lot more easily. Or yeah, a lot more.
Cursed as I am, I would not have it otherwise.
Check them. Okay.
Woe to the uncountable years. You, have you come to redeem me?
What troubles you, ghost?
You are kind to stop on my account. 'Tis more than I deserve. But my truest love, Yara, she pays a price which should be mine. If you would aid me, I would bid you to follow. Worshippers of the fell serpent Grisnasak have preyed upon the surface dwellers to feed their sacrificial rites since an age forgotten. And all that time, I have been here, naught but aghast, unable to stop them. But I can be of some assistance. I will grant an ingress to their temple. Gaze now upon the fields of dead, victims of the coiled cultists.
Oh.
What's he talking about? What dead?
Oh, right. My bad. Okay, there's lots of gravy stones. Like a lot. Like a lot. Like,
We get it.
is a lot.
Wait a minute. Gravestones? This used to be the bottom of the ocean. How does that make any sense?
It's called scene setting, Valentini.
Based on your arsenal, I assume you will not blanch at your task. You must slay the coiled Tizocs and retrieve the 5 pieces of Yara's voice shattered by the dark magic.
Her voice?
They twist her angelic voice into a dark resonance which summons the fell serpent. Curse them. They befoul Yara's memory, and in doing so, they bind her soul to this mortal plane. I will not rest until she is free. That fateful day, Yara and I were enjoying a midday sail. She was singing me a song of such beauty that I nearly wept. But then, the sea roiled around us.
Come on, everyone. Alright, sorry about that, everyone. Just a mild inconvenience. A little on my end. Don't worry about it. Let's go to this. Ooh. Snake people. Fishy snake people.
Worms won't go hungry tonight. Come on then, let's get this over with. Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Really?
A credit to the breed.
Oh, right. Fudge. Okay.
Good thing we put in the infinite lives, Gene.
Let's not do that again.
You think on the edge of...
It was a sudden storm of scale and claw, a cabal of wicked coiled, and in a flash they snatched my beloved from the deck, dragging her below.
For you, is it? Won't be enough. Full and fresh. I'm getting the hang of this killing. Well done, my lovely. Spell slots are ready.
Seven, 787?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's...
I dove in pursuit without hesitation, swimming down and down, a fire of devotion in my veins. Then, just as I thought my strength would fail me, I grasped her hand.
Well, hold on to it.
a good 40 minutes.
Inexorable! Oh, I'll make a nice payday out of you.
Thank you.
Now that's more like it!
Alrighty, let's see here. I hate when it takes so long for my words to reach my audience. To reach you guys. See here.
We plummeted into the blackening sea. The creatures raking me with their talons, but I did not let go. My lifeblood swirled around me, salty brine burning in my lungs, but I did not let go.
Oops. Well, how was that done? Yeah, whatever. It'll be the first one. Drop this.
Hope you're carrying coin. Don't kill the food. Thanks for that. Let's get casting and blasting. Just as we practiced. Hold on to something! Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same.
Yara was the last thing I saw as my vision faded. Her delicate face, twisted and wide-eyed in terror, wordlessly pleading. But I could not save her. I failed.
Heck yeah.
The more the dice, the better.
19! Yeah. Yeah. Eh.
This world's no place for the weak. There's a crop of cowards to kill. Idiot.
The treachery of the Tizarks is ended, but this tale is not. Now, place the arcane devices upon the pedestals. And prepare yourself, for only through the crucible of Grisnesak's death will Yara's voice be mended.
Lunch. Alright, it's gonna be a hot minute before they get all the way over here. Shoot. Might as well be all the way to Tasborn. Okay. Uncle Jent's gonna be hungry for a bit.
Is that a marble near you? Break it. I want to remember.
I'm sure you do, honey, but I can't really exactly find one. First, I have to know where the hell it is. It's underneath us?
Who calls me hence? You are not one of my servants.
You're looking for trouble. You found it.
Quickly now, retrieve Yara's voice. Hark, her voice. It is a sweet kind of agony to hear it again. Come, this way. What agony it must have been for Yara, to have her soul bound in darkness, her voice riven from the weave of her spirit. But we will make it right. Mortis, can you hear it?
No.
Her song. The last song she ever sang for me. It's even more beautiful than I remember. My dearest Yara, to my great and eternal shame, I could not save you in life, but even in death, I have not abandoned you. I only pray that my actions this day will finally grant you the peace which you have been wrongfully denied for so very long. Please, make her whole again.
Orin, it is time to let go.
Yara, but I've only just gotten you back.
We can be together again, but you must let go.
As you wish, my love.
No problem. It was kind of rough at the beginning, anyway. There's still a marble down there. How are we doing this? Once I figure out how to get down there, I will. Well, firing at the darkness didn't.
I'll see how it is.
Okay, had to try.
Don't die. It makes me sad.
Makes you sad. How do you think I feel? Indifferent, honestly. But yeah, how we gain down there? There has to be some passage which allows us. Doesn't seem to be that. The marble is underneath. So there has to be some way. Come on, how do you get 6 feet under but without kicking the big one? Or biting the big one? Okay, my metaphors mixed up.
Who's a good boy? See what happens?
You know, playing as... I really gotta play that Grave War or whatever the heck class is more. The ability to drain the life out of your opponent's always been a favorite tactic of mine. Hey, I'm marble, I get it, but where? I keep forgetting to do that. But, ah! Makes sense. Really, neighbors? You freaking... What kind of water soak? What is this? Gotta freaking... Wait. Eye of Osiris, the Scarab. Sharks, Horus. No, wait, that's Raw. Aha! Open sesame.
Eldon tried casting a blaze of glory today and ended up summoning a will-o'-the-wisp who tried to smoke us, the cheeky little ember toot. Anyway, the wisp is squashed, granary's ash, and the townsfolk think we saved him for some reason. Not sure where they got that idea, but
Okay, so... Tori... What God damn it,
Water fight?
you already tapped. I can't say no about that. That's literally what I use, so... Okay, can't say no to that because... Calamity, and that is my favorite spell. I'll figure it out.
A great way to break every bone in the body. You won't be neither not.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Give me a moment. Alrighty then, let's see here. Wait, what the hell? What's that? Wait, does M do something? Really?
Will he stop? Bet you wish you turned away. Really rough. Nice. Wait, Lord. Okay, I did. Just have to be sure. Ah, okay. There we go. Alright, let's take a looky look over here, shall we? Oh, this is...
So it's just a pool of death. Okay.
That part wasn't canon, and neither am I.
Huh. That raises a few questions. None of my concern right now. I'll find a way to get back up here somehow. Okay, we're in the Tuscan Trust Fund. Are we supposed to be going? Well, yeah.
How much longer?
Not much longer.
Hungry.
Join the club. Let's fix up a couple of extra. No, we don't need it. But really?
Thanks for that. Catastrophe! The stuff legends are made of! You beg? Well, that going for you.
With those. Alright. I'll be right back, everyone. I'll be back with it.
Okay. I got a katana here.
Yeah, that's good.
What would you suggest?
Increased damage and durability, for sure. And I think for yours, something with force.
I got increased damage but reduces durability. Increased durability and force but reduces attack speed.
One moment. Look behind you, by the way.
Oh, you got the computer.
Huh.
What is that? My wontons? And my egg rolls. Okay.
Okay, this one's mine.
What the? Egg rolls, spring rolls, and wontons.
Walnut.
That's not mine. I didn't order shrimp with walnuts or whatever.
You order Kung Pao?
I ordered Kung Pao.
This must be your Kung Pao then. I smell the peanuts. Must be the orange chicken.
Could be my Kung Pao.
That's my egg roll.
Your egg roll.
I know.
Check the thingy. See if I ordered a egg roll too.
I'll think it. I'll check.
I only get 3 wontons.
No, but you ordered the veggie rolls.
I did order the veggie rolls. Okay.
Okay, everyone. We're going to get over to the quest point, then we're going to take a lunch break.
You's not getting my 120s,
Yep,
dude.
this is it. Okay, what game? Desktop.
What?
We're gonna watch some memes or something while I eat.
Did they give me no sweet and sour sauce or oyster sauce or whatever sauce? Go ahead and use it for your thingy there. Okay, what am I going to do with this chair?
Move it out in the hall for all I care. Okay, switch accounts.
By my bedroom door, I guess.
What am I gonna do? You know, we're gonna watch Oversimplified. Shit. Oh. You know, this is a favorite of mine.
Liner's so easy, it's black and white. Graphic lines.
This video was made possible by Honey. Click the link below to save money on your online shopping. And also, limited edition Al Capone pins on sale now. Get them quick before they sell out. Link in the description down below. Good morning, honey.
Use one of those stupid
The
forks.
usual. 2 caskets of rum, a mug of hard cider, and a few bottles of wine. Oh boy! Oh, I'm running late. I'll have to take it with me. Don't forget your lunch. It's a 6-pack of beer, a flask of whiskey, 6 shots of tequila, and as a special treat, a banana. Ah, gee whiz, I'm gonna be smashed today. Enjoy your day of operating sharp, dangerous farm equipment. I can't believe this is an acceptable way to live. God bless America. Okay, gotta go.
Your poor little fuzz butt was checking out every friggin' package I had.
I imagine.
Where's mine?
America, the land of beautiful strip malls, top-class infrastructure, and wonderful urban sprawl. Ah, yes, beautiful America. But what's the most American thing you can think of? The Statue of Liberty? Mount Rushmore? A crazy lady in a mobility scooter yelling at a pigeon? Well, what if I told you the answer is alcohol? That's right. When the Puritans arrived on America's shores, they brought a ship packed with beer. George Washington provided his men with a daily cup of whiskey. Andrew Jackson's inauguration party left the White House so trashed that everybody had to be ordered outside. Frederick Douglass said whiskey made him feel like a president. Me too, Frederick. Me too. Americans drink at breakfast. Doctors prescribe their patients hard liquor. In the 19th century, Americans drank 3 times as much as their modern-day counterparts. That's a lot of whiskey. Hey,
I
Jerry, how's that
brought
look?
some from outside.
Already done, sir. I've also organized your paperwork, watered your flowers, and been a father figure to your children. Wait a minute.
Like you said.
What's that smell? Have you been
This
drinking
rice
at
is
work?
dry.
No, sir, I would never. Well, why not? Everyone else is doing it, but I got all my work done. You're fired! Americans drink at work. They drink at barn raisins, baptisms, and public hangings. Heavy drinking was so normal that it was as American as apple pie. Hi, everyone. My name's Ron, and I'm an alcoholic. Get over yourself, Ron. We're all alcoholics. But more and more Americans began to wonder whether all of this truly was a normal way to live. Were Americans drinking, perhaps, a little too much? Well, one group in particular thought the answer to that was yes. You know them? You love them. Woman. Oh, crap. Woman! Run! Hang on. We just want to talk. Woman talking in public? That's outrageous. Come on, Fred. You've got 2 kids and a wife at home. Yet here you are spending your entire paycheck on booze. And you, Dr. Spanky, you were on the cusp of discovering time travel. But what did you discover instead? The sweet, sweet joys of whiskey. That's right. Alcohol. It's destroying our families, our jobs, and our homes. She's right. She's right. You know. Hang on, men. Don't let them get to you. This saloon is our safe space where our wives and children can't annoy us with reality, where we're free to be real men. He's right. He's right. Damn it. And what is it real men do? Take care of their families. I don't know what she's talking about. Do you take care of your family? No. We drink beer, we shoot guns, and we mud wrestle. As America's heavy drinking ruined more and more lives, moral resistance began to arise, and women were at the forefront, taking matters into their own hands at a time when women doing just about anything was shocking. They'd had enough of being victim to their husband's heavy drinking, and they were going to do something unprecedented. You're going to what? I'm going to protest. Oh, sweetie, women can't protest. Starting in Ohio, before spreading nationwide, women began a crusade against alcohol. They marched through towns and cities, singing hymns, gathering outside saloons, and praying on their knees. Women praying was so terrifying that in some towns, schools were shut and business stagnated. On one occasion, firemen were called out to hose down the dangerous praying women. On another, the owner of a
the audacity of the horror
threatened to reduce the savage women to dust. Nevertheless, they persisted. They formed the WCTU in 1874, and they organized. They set up homes for inebriate women. They installed water fountains in public parks. They wrote textbooks for school children that contained some interesting claims about drinking alcohol. Here's little Timmy. Uh-oh. Looks like Timmy's gonna have his first drink. He's taking a small sip of whiskey, and Timmy has spontaneously combusted. The end. The woman's efforts weren't in vain. In small towns across America, drugstores agreed to stop fulfilling prescriptions for alcohol. Men committed themselves to giving up drink. Inspired by the woman's moral fervor, some saloon owners closed their doors. The Women's Crusade and other temperance movements were forcing people to reconsider alcohol's role in society, and more people began to side with the growing temperance movement. Many states had even begun enacting their own dry laws that restricted the sale and use of alcohol. One of them was Kansas, where alcohol had been outlawed since 1881. Despite this, many illegal saloons remained open, and authorities had done just about nothing to stop them. One woman, disgusted by what she saw, decided she would take the law into her own hands. And not just any woman, a terrifying, hatchet-wielding, sweet old lady named Carrie Nation.
You say sweet, but...
and a bag of what she called smashers, she traveled from town to town visiting saloons. But she wasn't there to get smashed. She was there to smash. The men could do nothing but cower as sweet little Carrie hulked out and tore the place to shreds. She went to Kiowa and smashy smashed. Wichita, smashy smash. Topeka, smashy smash. On a couple of occasions, she was arrested, but each time they were like, okay, Carrie, we're gonna let you go so long as you promise to be a good girl and not smash up any more saloons, okay? Screw you, pig! Yeah, I think she's gonna be all right. Smash, smash, smash. Carrie's tactics shocked the other members of the Women's Christian Temperance Union, but she assured them, and this is a quote, "Ladies, you do not know how much joy you will have until you smash, smash, smash." Carrie became a household name, and she hoped her unusual tactics would spread across the country. But unfortunately, many of the women's movements eventually slowed down. Why? Well, because of this kind of thing. Thelma, I ripped my pants again. Well, you'll have to sew them yourself because I'm going out protesting. What? I don't know how to sew. What if I burn the house down and get eaten by alligators? What? Don't be stupid, Mitch. Look, I've got to go. Call me stupid? She's the one who's stupid. Hey, Thelma! Look who's stupid now!
What
Must
if
be
you
a
could
southern
do
state.
SEO smarter and faster? With Wix, you can edit your meta tags page by page or all in one go. Modify your URLs, inspect all of them in one click, and more. Save time, customize freely with SEO on Wix.
See, while the women were out protesting, there was nobody to do the cooking and cleaning and being seen and not heard, and they gradually had to return to their duties at home. But where the women had got the ball rolling, a new movement was about to take that ball all the way to Washington, D.C. I'm talking about the Anti-Saloon League. The Anti-Saloon League was a political pressure group run by a very sweet-looking old man. But don't let that deceive you. This guy was an evil genius. While the women's movements were interested in a whole range of issues, Wayne Wheeler and the Anti-Saloon League only cared about enemy number one, Mr. Alcohol. And as a result, they were extremely effective. They were able to exploit the fears of the American people. And I mean everyone's fears. Here's how they did it. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Liberal Progressive Rally. Why don't you introduce yourself? Well, I'm Patty, and I'm an immigrant from Ireland. And tell me, Patty, do you drink? Oh, yes. I drink a lot. See, folks, people like Patty come here looking for a better life, only to end up drunk in the gutter. Don't worry, sir. We're gonna help you.
Well, I'm sniffed something already.
Hey, man, you're doing great. I just need you for one more thing. Hey,
I gave
Christian
him some of the
conservatives.
egg out of my
This
fried
is
rice.
He's a dirty
So you pretty
Catholic
much
Irish
finished that
immigrant
off.
who's come to destroy America with his alcohol-fueled debauchery. Workers were told alcohol was a capitalist ploy to keep them subjugated. Factory owners were told alcohol was making their irresponsible workers lazy. The black community was warned alcohol was hindering its progress, while racists were warned alcohol would turn black men into brutes. In one of the most
I would
confusing
love
eras
to
of
see someone
American
try
politics,
this
totally opposing groups
kind
all
of shit
themselves agreed
today.
on at least one thing. Alcohol was bad. The Anti-Saloon League also made great use of propaganda, something prohibitionists have been doing for decades. Take this specimen, for example, that warns what will happen to you if you start drinking. Let's see. First you take a drink, you get a little rowdy, okay. You make some new friends, nice. Then you become homeless. You turn to crime, and... But the most effective tactic Wheeler used to force prohibition on America was pressure politics. In any election he could, Wheeler very successfully rounded up support against any politician who was in favor of alcohol. In Ohio alone, he had 70 state representatives and the popular Republican governor ousted from office and replaced with prohibitionists. Suddenly, every politician in America was afraid of Wayne Wheeler. Even those who enjoyed alcohol in private began pretending to be against it in public. Alcohol is delicious. Malicious. Sorry, Wayne. I'm really drunk right now. Then it really hit the fan in 1917, when America found itself fighting in the First World War against Germany. Anti-German sentiment exploded. Became Liberty Caps. German measles became Liberty measles. And Dachshunds became the embodiment of evil. See, America? You've always been this way. The biggest brewers in America were German, and Wheeler saw to it that drinking alcohol became akin to pro-German treason. The German brewers desperately tried to fight back, creating their own propaganda, presenting beer as a healthy beverage, one that you could even give to your kids. As you can imagine, it didn't go down well. President Wilson instituted some temporary wartime prohibition measures to save grain for food, and with many in the country now in support of prohibition, all that was left was to make it law. One problem was that taxes on alcohol made up nearly 40% of the US government's annual revenue. And the government wasn't just about to give that up. No problem. The Anti-Saloon League helped lobby for the creation of a new income tax on the American people. And just like that, the government was no longer reliant on alcohol. Prohibition was finally introduced to Congress in 1913, not just as a law, but a constitutional amendment. In 1917, as the House held their final vote on the Prohibition Amendment, Wheeler was watching from the gallery. You spineless cowards. I know half of you drink, yet here you are bowing down to Ned Flanders up there. Look at him, like he's some kind of Caesar. Ugh, don't be so dramatic. I obviously don't think I'm Caesar. Now release the lions. In the end, Prohibition passed the House easily, 282 votes to 128, and the states ratified the new amendment by 1919. America, a nation obsessed with liberty and freedom, had just voluntarily given up its private right to choose whether or not to drink alcohol.
And this is why I don't trust people to make good choices.
Perfect forever. But you just dissolved America's 5th largest industry and lost tens of thousands of jobs for us immigrants.
People get wrapped up in the hype way too easily.
Idiot. Ugh, I could really go for a beer. Oh no! Immediately after Prohibition went into effect, alcohol consumption in America decreased as Americans followed the law and tried not drinking. Man, if we're gonna be law-abiding good boys, we need something else to fill the dark, lonely void that delicious beer once did. Well, how about we crack open a nice cold can of water? Hell yeah! Toss it over. Nah, this isn't doing it for me. Let's try knitting. This isn't filling the dark void at all. Want to play some kites? Ah, screw it. Let's go get some illegal beer. While it seemed like many Americans supported prohibition, after the law went into effect, it seemed like just as many Americans intended to keep on drinking, and they would go on to find a variety of ways to break the new law. Here's a question for you. Do you like breaking the law? Well, shame on you. Or do you like saving money when you shop online? Then you should use Honey. Do you ever shop in store? Of course not. Then you'd have to talk to real-life people. Yuck. You'd rather shop online in the comfort and darkness of your mom's basement. And better yet, you can save money when you shop online with Honey. Honey is a free
the
browser
limit.
extension that scans the internet for promo codes and automatically tests them when you're checking out. Look at me. I'm buying a Baby Yoda smartwatch to increase my chances of getting a girlfriend. And look, this magic dancing coin man has a promo code for me. Holy heckin' balls! I just saved $18.75. Watch out. Ladies. And guess what? Those of you who've already installed Honey using my link have found over $247,000 in savings. So what are the rest of you waiting for, big dumb stinky idiots? It's free and can be easily peasily installed in 2 clicks. So get Honey for free today by going to joinhoney.com/oversimplified. That's joinhoney.com/oversimplified. And as always, you'll be supporting my channel. So thank you. Now where were we? Oh yeah. Punching Patty, passing prohibition, and procuring pints. Pretty soon after the new law went into effect, the failures of prohibition were already beginning to rear their ugly heads. For starters, the details of the new prohibition law, written by none other than Wayne Wheeler himself, turned out to be more draconian than expected. Many prohibition supporters only wanted to outlaw hard liquor and hoped beer would remain legal, but the Volstead Act outlawed anything over 0.5%. That would make Liberty Cabbage illegal. Secondly, the new law was full of loopholes that Americans very quickly began to exploit. For example, while the sale and manufacture of liquor was illegal, drinking it wasn't. And you could also keep any alcohol you had before the law went into effect. So many private clubs hoarded huge amounts of alcohol that saw them through the entire prohibition period. Whiskey intended for medicinal purposes was also allowed, and doctors basically became bartenders. It looked as though a full-on epidemic had broken out, as there was a sudden surge in prescriptions for whiskey. Sacramental wines used by churches and synagogues were also permitted. Orders for communion wines skyrocketed by millions of gallons. As rabbis had access to religious wine, suddenly everyone was becoming a rabbi. You had Rabbi Pat O'Leary, Rabbi LL Cool J, Rabbi Fluffy. But don't worry, I'm sure all these definitely legitimate religious figures couldn't possibly be selling wine in the back alley after Mass. Yep, definitely nothing strange going on here. New products also hit the shelves in stores, such as Vine Glow, a brick of dehydrated grape juice, itself not alcoholic, and therefore perfectly legal. But the packaging did contain a strangely specific warning. After dissolving the brick in a gallon of water, do not place the liquid in a jug in the cupboard for 20 days, because then it would turn into wine. I'll take 1,000. Yes, sir. Now, at this point, I want you to think back for me, if you will, to the year 2005. You're the coolest kid around, and you convince your parents to rent the greatest movie of all time from your local Blockbuster. But the movie starts with a strange message. Something about not downloading a car? You immediately disregard that and hop on Kazaa to download the greatest song of all time, and in the process, drain your dad's bank account with copious amounts of ransomware. You were breaking the law, you bad boy or girl, but did anyone come to arrest you? No. That's my point. If no one's enforcing a law, while everyone's breaking it, is it really a law? And so it was with prohibition. See, the conservative-led governments of the decade were also the kind of people who believed in small government spending. So they'd passed a law that would be extremely difficult to enforce, but also didn't want to spend any of the money required to enforce it. The newly created Bureau of Prohibition only had 1,500 agents to cover the entire country. That's one agent for every 70,666 Americans. In a massive country with 12,000 miles of coastline and one gigantic land border with Canada. Good luck, schmuckos. And all these clever little loopholes people were using to score illegal booze were only just the beginning. America was about to devolve into alcohol-fueled criminal chaos.
Those fake ads really drive you mad, huh? The game looks so fun in the ads, but when you download it, it's a total...
By outlawing it, prohibition made alcohol a precious commodity, and millions of Americans would become outlaws as they found a variety of ways to score illegal booze. For example, many Americans began making their own liquor, Illegal stills of liquid moonshine were found by prohibition agents from the hills of Kentucky and the caves of Arizona to parking lots in major cities, and even in the homes of prohibition-supporting politicians. Oh, come on now, fellas. I voted for prohibition. I'm not gonna have an illegal still. What's this? That's my son, Freddy. Say hi, Freddy. Sir, this is obviously an illegal still. How dare you? What's this in the bathtub? That's bath water. Why does it taste like alcohol? Here's a better question. Why are you tasting my bathwater? Weirdo. Come on, Freddy. Let's get away from these perverts. To discourage moonshining, the government began adding extra toxins to many of the products moonshiners were using, which resulted in many cases of severe illness and death. But alcohol wasn't just being made at home. Along America's vast coastlines, rum runners smuggled alcohol into the country by sea. A floating supermarket known as Rum Row extended along the East Coast just beyond America's maritime limit, and bootleggers frequently sailed out in small boats to pick up shipments of booze. These bootleggers could then be found selling their illegal products everywhere, even in the halls of Congress. Wow, Pop. One day, I want to work here. Well, son, if you work hard and never give up, one day even you could be a massive hypocrite. Even President Harding was known to serve his cabinet bootlegged whiskey, and some bootleggers were so successful, they became bazillionaires, such as Roy Olmsted, an ex-cop who became one of the biggest employers in the Seattle area from smuggling booze. Unfortunately, all of his whiskey came from Canada. Yuck. All of this criminality was being made possible by copious amounts of corruption. Across the country, armies of government officials were persuaded to turn a blind eye. Bootleggers became so rich, it was no problem to stuff a couple $1,000s into the front pocket of the police chief, or the mayor, or their disapproving mother, and some cops were getting almost as rich as the bootleggers. Alright men, everyone gather in. I've received word that one of you has been taking bribes from bootleggers. Any ideas who? Kevin, perhaps. Got any thoughts? No, sir. Many police officers came from the same communities that drank a lot, and they weren't about to arrest their own granddads for knocking back some homemade gin. But all this isn't to say there was no enforcement. Plenty of government officials were doing their best to enforce the new laws, and some unlucky individuals received very harsh penalties, such as a Michigan mother who was sentenced to life in prison for small-scale moonshining. Cases like these were widely reported in the media, and only served to make prohibition even more unpopular. But not just that, the media also loved to cover the exploits of the most famous bootleggers, turning them into national icons. One of the biggest bootleggers was a man named George Remus. Originally a lawyer, he watched as his bootlegger clients paid off enormous fines like it was nothing, and proclaimed bootlegging's the business for me. But unlike most bootleggers, Remus had big brain, and he came up with a pretty clever system. See, there were millions of gallons of liquor produced before Prohibition that were sitting in distillery warehouses, and it could only be sold with government permission to drug companies. So Remus set up his own drug company and bought all the liquor. Then he set up his own transport company to transport the liquor. And then he would send his own men out with guns to intercept his own transport vehicles. And this would happen. Hey man, this is a stick-up. Oh no, please don't hurt me. I won't hesitate to shoot. Please, I have a wife and kids. Hand over all the whiskey, Fatty. Hey! Fatty isn't in the script, you jerk! After stealing all the whiskey from himself, he could then sell it for big bucks. The perfect crime. Unfortunately, Remus was eventually caught by a goody two-shoes prohibition director in Indiana who wouldn't take Remus's bribes, and the government found Remus guilty of violating the Volstead Act 3,000 times. For 2 years as Remus sat in prison, his wife promised to take care of all of his money. And by take care of his money, she meant have an affair with a prohibition agent, sell off everything Remus owned, and file for divorce. When Remus finally got out and found his big fancy mansion empty with his wife gone, he reportedly broke down in tears. A few months later, during their divorce trial, he spotted his wife in a car in Cincinnati. Remus hopped in a cab and asked the driver to run her off the road. The driver was like, okay. Then Remus got out of the cab and shot his wife dead. He immediately handed himself into the police, and his next trial, this time for murder, became a national sensation. Remus defended himself, claiming insanity, occasionally carrying out skillful questioning, occasionally crying in the corner. But the nation felt bad for him. His wife had screwed him over, and so when after just 19 minutes of deliberation, the jury returned and declared him not guilty, the court erupted into celebration. And just to remind you, this guy bluntly admitted to murdering his wife. The American justice system.
Very big brain.
As alcohol poured into the nation, a lot of it was going to a new type of drinking establishment that had been booming in popularity. A secret drinking establishment. So secret that from the outside they often look like ordinary shops or homes. So secret.
But seriously, people, if your significant other screwed you over like that too, I think we can all attest that we would also, or many of us would, do something similar.
secret that you usually needed a password to get in. So secret that everybody knew about it. Speakeasies. And once you were in, the party went all night long. Scantily clad flappers, snake ladies, jazz. It was a roaring time to be alive. Some publications even posted reviews of these illegal clubs, and bribes galore kept the party going.
I
It
hope
seemed
they
like
kept
half the police
the
officers and
address
federal agents
secret.
in cities like New York were receiving kickbacks from speakeasy owners. Hey, what the Kevin Costner is going on here? Officer O'Hannity, taking bribes? Why am I not surprised? Prohibition Director Simmons? For shame. Mom? What would Dad say? Ask him yourself. Dad would say, quit being such a wet blanket and let Daddy earn his tips. Anytime a speakeasy
Thanks,
was shut
straight.
down by authorities, it seemed like 3 more would just pop up elsewhere. And some neighborhoods were so full of them that one resident began hanging a sign to try to keep partygoers from constantly knocking on her door. It really seemed like the new laws regarding alcohol, in some places, were simply being ignored. And one prohibition agent who traveled the country liked to see which city was the most defiant by timing how long it took for him to be offered a beer after he arrived. His winner? New Orleans, where a
Of
cab driver
course.
offered him a drink after just 35 seconds. Bravo! Many voices in Congress were already speaking out against prohibition and its failures. To display how ridiculous the whole thing was, one Republican congressman gathered the media to all come and watch him drink a homemade beer. When he asked a passing police officer if he'd like to arrest him, the officer said no. Hey Wayne, is all this what you had in mind? I thought we were gonna make the country better, but it almost seems like it's worse. What do you mean? Alcohol consumption is down. Well, that may be true in your small town world, but it says here drinking in some areas is up, as are arrests for public intoxication, drunk driving, and incidents of liver cirrhosis. The general chaos has turned America into a nation of criminals with no respect for the law, and all these attempts at enforcement are just costing the economy valuable money and eating up judicial time and resources. Release the lines. The social change and corruption that Wheeler and the Anti-Saloon League had been so eager to prevent, in the cities at least, is surging. See, when something's legal, you can usually regulate and control it. But make that thing illegal, and often anything, becomes fair game. Legal drinking age, gone. Mandatory closing hours for clubs and bars, gone. Other unspoken sociocultural rules surrounding alcohol, gone.
Women should get drunk. Yeah, happening. That's not happening anymore. Men and women shouldn't drink together. Oh, go screw yourself on that one. People shouldn't pee in their neighbor's mailbox while singing Danny Boy. Okay, you know what? That one can stay.
Gone, gone. In speakeasies, different genders and ethnicities were beginning to mingle in a way they hadn't done before. The Roaring Twenties saw a monumental shift in culture, not least of all because now men and women could flirt in public without being damned for eternity. An outraged Wayne Wheeler did his best to make sure that anyone breaking the law was punished. He had even stricter legislation put in place in New York. But all this did was clog up the justice system with petty drinking violations, and judges began letting everyone off with light fines, so the judges could get back to dealing with things that actually mattered. You know, things like murder. And there was plenty of murder.
I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom,
No,
your dad,
sorry,
your
Mr.
sister, your mother's
Beast.
computer, and install.
Because bootleggers and moonshiners were one thing, but Prohibition had given another kind of criminal an opportunity to make a fortune. Mobsters and gangsters. Hey, Fat
It's
Joey,
always when the
big
big
news.
times
Hey,
get
Fat
into
Joey,
it, does it
what's up? I
start to
just
go
got word from
downhill.
Fat Louie here that the government's outlawing alcohol. You know what that means. That means we're gonna be rich. Quick,
It's
call Fat
friggin'
Polly and let's go hijack a liquor
Bridezilla.
truck now. All right. Hang on, let me tell my wife first. Hey, Fat Susan! No pizza for Fat Joey tonight, capiche? Stop calling me Fat Susan! Come on about it! Come on! Rival gangs began to battle in America's cities, raiding each other's transports, assassinating rivals, and trying to take control of their city's illicit booze trade. Every city had its top dog. Detroit had the Purple Gang. New England had Charles King Solomon. But no city was as infamous for gang violence and murder as Chicago. The city had multiple gang factions, and at first, they agreed to stay in their own neighborhoods. But the thing about criminals is that they're criminals, and the agreements inevitably broke down. One day, the leader of the Italian Southside Gang was walking along the street when this happened. And he was like, you know, I think I'm done with this, and left for New York, leaving his crime empire to his chief enforcer, none other than Al Capone. Having been knifed in the face in his younger years, Capone earned himself the name Scarface. Although interestingly, he hated that nickname and preferred to be called Snorky. Snorky was ruthless, just like any other gang leader in America. But what set him apart from others, the reason he's become synonymous with 1920s gang warfare, is this. Most other gang leaders would try to keep a low profile because, you know, they're killing and murdering and stuff. But Capone lived for the fame and kept an extremely high public profile, frequently speaking with the media about his exploits and presenting himself as a gracious host, providing Chicago with good times. No need to thank me, fellas. I just provide the city with a valuable commodity while doing away with the competition. You mean you murder people? Whoa, who said anything about murder? I just, you know, force my rivals underground. When you do the thing with the hands, it seems like you're talking about murder. Whoa, look at you with the brains. No, I just help people retire from life. So murder. Whoa! Al Snorky Capone was somewhat of an enigma. Brutal in how he dealt with enemies, but in front of the camera, he was all smiles. One day, he'd be ordering hit after hit. The next, he'd be signing autographs in Wrigley Field. One day, he'd be bludgeoning members of his own gang with a baseball bat for conspiring against him. The next, he'd be playing Santa at a nearby parochial school. And no murder could ever be traced back to him. Just like every other criminal, he stuffed the pockets of city officials with cold, hard cash. And any who did try to oppose him sometimes found themselves being thrown down the steps of City Hall in broad daylight.
Whoa.
Problem solved. The public couldn't get enough of Capone. He quickly became a household name as people romanticized the gang life he lived. And this became a source of concern for the people at the very top. President Hoover? Ugh, what is it now, Miles? I'm busy. Well, it's just that there's a lot of crime, sir. Crime? How long's that been happening? Well, since the dawn of man, sir. What? Would you like me to blame it on the Democrats again? No, Miles, I want you to blame it on squirrels. Yes, the Democrats! Now stop wasting my time! Since having a crime lord controlling public officials and winning the hearts of the people probably wasn't a good thing, Hoover personally ordered that something be done about this Capone fellow. But before he knew it, President Hoover was also dealing with another major problem. You know him. You love him. Woman. The Prohibition era had been going on for nearly a decade, and anyone with a brain could see that it really wasn't going very well. One person with a brain was Pauline Sabin, an extremely influential and rich woman who served on the Republican National Committee, fundraised for Republican presidents, and had a secret wine room in her giant mansion. She initially supported Prohibition, but was now disgusted at the chaos it had created, and she began a new women's movement, this time not for Prohibition, but against it. Being the extremely influential woman she was, her new organization gained nearly 1.5 million members within 2 years, 5 times that of the Women's Christian Temperance Union. She hated that the WCTU claimed to speak for all women, and she began calling for the repeal of the 18th Amendment. President Hoover, I helped fund your campaign, and now I want you to end Prohibition. Miles, what is it I say when I'm not going to do anything? You'll look into it, sir. Oh yeah, that's right. Pauline? I'll look into it. Sabin gave speeches on the steps of Congress and helped start a growing push among the American people against Prohibition. But Hoover, a prohibitionist himself, wasn't budging. Then, on the 14th of February 1929, something happened that shocked the nation. Men, thought to be working for Al Capone, tricked some Irish mobsters into meeting them at a garage in Chicago, thinking they were there to purchase hijacked whiskey. Instead, the mobsters were lined up against the wall by men dressed as police, and they were shot. The Valentine's Day Massacre had people outraged. It was cruel, and almost felt like American mobsters had finally crossed a line. People were sick of the violence, and in part, they blamed Prohibition for helping to create it. The pressure on Hoover to do something was steadily increasing. Fine. Miles, I want you to put a report together to see if this whole thing is working. You mean the thing where mobsters are becoming increasingly powerful and massacring each other in the streets and everyone is disregarding the law and half our public officials are corrupt and taking bribes? That thing? Yeah, I want to know if it's working or not, Miles. Stop wasting my time! Hoover continued to drag his feet.
I think you're wasting his
but after
time
the
at this
Valentine's
point.
Day Massacre, he was still determined to do one thing. He wanted Al Capone in prison. Since Capone had been so careful, the FBI were having a hard time charging him with anything. But eventually, they got him. Capone, we know you're supplying Chicago with alcohol and you've been involved in countless murders. Whoa, look at you with the crazy talk. I ain't done none of that stuff. But you're rich, right? You're damn right I am. And so where'd all the money come from, Capone? Alright, I'll let you in on a little secret, but you gotta promise not to tell anyone, okay? I don't pay my taxes. Whoa! For all of his murdering, the IRS finally got Capone on tax evasion. At his trial, he didn't seem too concerned though, and spent most of his time having a laugh with his lawyers. Hey Capone, I gotta know, why are you so confident you're gonna win here? Well, Your Honor, because I'm an honest man with a big heart who's passionate about working for the good of the people. And also because I threatened the entire jury's families. Luckily, at the last minute, the judge replaced the entire jury pool with a new one that Capone's men hadn't yet got to, and Capone was found guilty. He was sentenced to 11 years in federal prison, the harshest penalty ever given to a tax evader. But even with Capone locked away, the violence in Chicago and other cities continued, and in response, the movement against Prohibition continued to grow.
Oh, here's the fun thing about Capone. He was a cold stone killer, sure. But he did actually do good for his community. He even opened up a lot of, what are they called? Soup kitchens. That he was directly funding. Now, how he got that money, well, that's not the important part, but he did save a lot of people's lives with that money. So, he was a monster in many regards, but also he was a very hero-esque person to a great amount of people. Considering he actually served quality food and actually let people feel like they were human again. Serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner at the soup kitchens. So, Capone is a very complicated person in history.
And the final nail in Prohibition's coffin came in 1929. After a decade of booming economic growth under 3 Republican presidents, the stock market plummeted, and America was thrown into the grips of the Great Depression. It was an awful time. 1 out of every 5 workers, 15 million people, would lose their jobs. Half the nation's banks failed. Temporary shantytowns were built for the broken homeless in public parks. Suddenly, very few people had time to care about Prohibition. Expensive enforcement of an unenforceable law didn't seem like that big of a priority when people were having their homes repossessed and losing their life savings. And many began to argue that repealing Prohibition would create vital jobs and tax revenue for the government. Yet President Hoover doubled down. Here's that report you asked for, sir. Gimme. Prohibition is great. Fantastic news. Sir, it says here Prohibition is great at undermining the rule of law in America. Miles, it says the word great. That means good. Now stop wasting my time! The public
You're wasting
increasingly
everyone's
shocked at the
time.
violence they saw in the streets, the corruption they saw in the government, the general disregard for the law, and now an economic calamity had enough. For his re-election, Hoover faced a Democratic candidate who promised to finally do something about Prohibition, Franklin D. Roosevelt. Crowds cheered as FDR made his campaign speeches promising to modify the Volstead Act, and Pauline Sabin, a lifelong Republican, along with her 1.5 million supporters, endorsed Roosevelt. And on Election Day, it was a landslide. Before FDR had even taken office, Republicans in Congress began the process of passing the 21st Amendment to repeal Prohibition. One of FDR's first acts as president was to pass the Beer Permit Act, which made beer legal while the new amendment was being ratified. In 1933, with the passage of the 21st Amendment, Prohibition was finally over, and the people celebrated like they'd just won a world war. Bars and taverns were packed. The WCTU were inconsolable. Wayne Wheeler was dead. And
Thank
the
God.
celebration, particularly in America's cities, was intense. Heading into the mid-1930s, the effects of Prohibition were clear to see. From now on, culture around drinking had changed, with men and women drinking together, not in saloons, but in bars and taverns. The crime syndicates that had been given so much power through Prohibition remained powerful as they moved on to other things. Some states opted to remain dry, with Oklahoma only repealing its Prohibition laws in 1959. To this day, there are still counties in America with some form of Prohibition. So what did we learn today, kids? What's the big lesson here? What's the moral of this story that we can all take away and apply to our day-to-day lives? Maybe that you shouldn't force your own morals on others who don't share them? Maybe that if you tell Americans not to do something, that's the one thing they'll definitely do. Or maybe there is no lesson. Maybe we're all just a bunch of dumb, stinky idiots, and we're all doomed. The end.
Okay, I've had my lunch. We've had some entertainment. Let's get back to it, shall we? I almost forgot. There we go. Are you? Steam is updating again. We'll go for a couple more hours, and then we'll call it a day. Oh, I'll be right back, everyone. My body. Do something. And I'm back. A little bit of music. You somewhat entertained. But it had to be done. And I still forgot in the frickin' mother.
What did you forget?
Water. Okay, let's see here.
Before the ocean got
Whee!
Plunderport was a small island pirate town. From your vantage point on the seafloor, it is a spire beckoning to be climbed.
A whole town of pirates? I love this.
Why are you so into pirates?
They're just so free. You know, they take their ships from port to port, answering to no one, searching for fortune and infamy.
Isn't that exactly what we do, just in space?
Space pirates. Whoa.
He would love Captain Yamato.
I'll take that. Piss off to the hereafter. What an epic belly rub you shall have.
It's decent. Can't help but wince at that. See, this makes it a lot easier. Or so I thought. Okay then. That's what's way good.
Ah, Plunderport. You can smell the thievery. Smell it with your fleshy nostrils. The rest of the crew will be in the thick of it.
What will we do with this funky whaler? What should we do for a unfair need to wear? Now again.
Oh, I'll make a nice payday out of you. Thanks for that. Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same. Let's get cussing and blasting.
She's brought us new recruits. Come sail the open air with the mighty pirate LaChance in the new airship Windbreaker. All men wanted!
I've cast my lot with Bones Threewood's crew.
Bones Threewood? It's thanks to him me and Cobby here look like this. We won't be joining ye. LaChance is our captain now, so you'd best be on your way. Cobby, back to the song.
Oh, what will we do
They've
with a
thrown in with the chance?
What will we do
Mute
with this
sea
funky
dogs.
whaler? What should we
Crew,
do for a
golden into a fight.
Pirate Rule 81D. If a balloon be popped, the popper must be dropped.
Oh, look at you reading.
What will we do with a sunken sailor? What will we do with this funky weather? What
Who cares about some stupid toy balloons?
Tis a dire day when the pirate rules be ignored. We need to be getting their attention for real. Pop the windbreaker's balloon! Down to the dry depths with ye!
They blew up Lachence's ship!
My best breeches were on there! New recruits! Show these
Yeah, they're right
mean-elbowed
here.
timber shiverers what your pegs are made of!
That's what I'm yarning about!
Extinction event! Loosely up one now, eh? Are you stupid enough to mess with me?
Cabby, stay back! I'll teach these gutless cobble kissers a lesson!
It's crew versus
crew! Lost it all! Cabby!
That's it! I'm coming in!
Enough, you pox-picking chest chiseler! Before someone gets really hurt, we'll join back up with Freewood's crew.
I have me crew back! Now for our ship! She be the finest wooden woman to ever ride the buttery sea! Polly, find us the wreck of the Marley Maiden!
Find the maiden! Find the maiden!
We've gotten to know each other pretty well in the last few minutes, so here be the tale of woe that brought me down to the depths of what used to be the ocean.
Hell yes. Pirate backstory.
Great, I'm just gonna tune out for a minute.
I was the fiercest pirate captain on the buttery seas. I had a fine ship, a loyal crew, and true love. But I lost it all.
Wait, that's it? You didn't even explain the curse.
Oh, so me pirate backstory be insufficient for ye. Never mind then, ye scurvy cur.
Ha! See? She's got nothing. She always forgets to drop character voice when she's scrambling for a decent motivation.
Numbers, go!
I should have done that in the first place.
that proactive reload?
Okay, it might be a little bit sooner than I thought.
You spy a poetry page.
I rescued him, but really, I feel he rescued me.
Love is fleeting as the wind. The lands change every year.
Did you like that poem? You can hear the rest of it at the Tavern in Brightwood.
You'll be mine soon enough.
Oh, 30 more minutes, and I'm calling it.
That way. That's the way I want to go.
Boom is also part of a ship. Silence.
Sounds like bees. Start already.
At least you're some use. I was on if I were you.
Okay, this is getting worse than I thought. Okay, let's see. Where is the... Can't be too far away now. Alrighty. Yeah. We can do this. Now let's do whatever.
Our way is blocked. Pull it! Time to release your breaking beacon beak!
Oh, nice. It could be... This guy could have been a Vault Hunter back in his heyday. And that's where we're gonna cut it off for today, because I'm starting to micro nap. I'm about ready to pass out. The caffeine ain't doing it. Great. No, I'm not winning that easy. Okay, give me a moment, folks.
Ooh.
The last couple hours.
Where's that bunch of...
gross. Strong souls per sip. Whew, okay, that did.
There she blows, the Marley Maiden, the only woman I ever loved. Polly, the whole gang be back together, plank and all.
Bloods, Threewood! How dare you show your lion faces around here?
My Charlie,
You don't get to call me that anymore. No matter. While you've been away, I've built a new crew. Loyal. Not that your salty heart knows the meaning of the word.
The Marley Maiden's still mine, Charlie. Crew, prepare to board. Kill those scallywags. Use the bait and board the maiden.
Who's a good boy?
Watch out, crew. That's Deckhand, the most callous sailor of us all. He's gonna put up a fight.
They were stripping me lady for parts. We can't get her sailing in this condition. Grab the captain's wheel. Now screw her in tight.
Yeah, moment. Yeesh.
It's Higginsworth the bosun!
He'll have stashed our flag below decks, crew. Find it. Good plundering.
Sure, read it.
Throw her up on the mast and see her dance in the wind.
Where's the second mate? Second mate!
They must really want me dead to send you. I'll take that. Ah, that's the good stuff.
The Marley's fearsome sword snout lace in front and center on the bow. She be looking as fine as a lady can look. Over here, we'll raise the Marley Maiden back to fighting shape. A ship's got a soul as much as any man, and I've been practicing my decromancy. Time to get these wooden bones dancing again. Crew, a tune, if you will.
and rubbing down roughnecks. She flies! Now with crew and ship we can finally get back what was lost. Time to confront the chance. Follow Polly. She'll lead ye to his ship, the Tempest Spore. Set sail!
Back there, Chartreuse called you Bloods, Threewood. Got anything to tell us?
Ye deserve the whole truth, and there's only one way to properly deliver pirate backstory. A tunnel full of music and elaborately staged vignettes. Places, everyone!
What's that yonder? That is a poetry page, baby. RNG's got nothing on you.
There once was a love that put to sea, and the name of the man is known to me. The curse took hold, my bow said no. Blow me, bony boys, blow.
He drew the skeleton man, his song of woe heard across the sands. One day when our penance is done, we'll take our chance and go.
Together we stormed o'er many a shore, and out to the other we both swore. Why, Johnny was my true amour. Blow me, bony boys, blow.
He drew the skeleton man, his song of woe heard across the sands. One day when our penance is done, we'll take our chance and go.
Ooh, luck going up.
But in my fears of losing him, dealt with the devil and paid in sin. We gained our years but lost our skin. Blow me, bony boys, blow.
Oh yeah, I got him with the old live forever grip. Works all the time. No shortage of wayward souls clinging to the scraps of fading memories. Jeez, listen to me. I sound like her.
Charlie couldn't forgive me. He and his men sunk the Marley Maiden, scattered me through, and consigned me to oblivion. There's the truth. 'Twas my fault we were cursed. So it falls on me, Boney's shoulders, to make things right. Dig through the skeleton man, his song across the sands. One day when my penance is done, I'll take my chance and go. Tempest Scorn be not far. Follow Ollie, crew. We're off to set things right.
You can make a. Yeah, you can make a decent story at least. We're almost done. Power through.
Never a moment. Thanks for the reload, idiot! Now that's more like it! Leave it, leave it!
I'm going to eat your brain! No craving, I'm not the zombie, I just really don't like it. Ooh, you heroes make my blood boil! Figuratively, obviously.
Inexorable!
I've been dying for a fight!
What? Oh, okay.
The Fate Maker walks the land, trying to mend what was broken. Every step reveals another lost hope. The task seems insurmountable, but a hero must keep moving forward.
This be it, crew. Beyond that wall lies the Tempest Scorn. Let's batten down some hatches and shiver some timbers. Fire!
Bam! Okay.
That be LeChance's ship. Beware, he'll be expecting us now. By my long gone beard, he really has been recruited. Crew, prepare to blast those bombs to the 17 seas!
Yes, just as we practiced. Idiot!
Come to plunge another dagger in my back, Blood's 3-Wood! Blood's 3-Wood is dead, LeChance, stripped to the bone. I'm Bones 3-Wood now, you treacherous, villainous hunk of a man. I'll never forgive you for turning us into skeletons. You played with fate and broke my heart. Avast! So be it! Avast! Before I send you back to the Northern Gate, I'll send your crew to the depths of hell!
Catastrophe at my command! Looks like Magic's back on the menu. You two need to sail this.
You're a stubborn sea dog. I love that about you. Now hear me out. Chartreuse LeChance, I be sorry. I should have asked you before I cursed us all to undeath. I was so afraid of losing ye that I wasn't thinking straight. You've never thought straight a moment in your life or a life, but
Wait, what the fuck?
I can't lift this curse of ours, but I can spend the rest of our deaths making it up to ye. All I need is a LeChance. Damn your pirate wiles, 3-Wood. Me heart be always yours. I accept. Sorry, crew. No room for the living on this vessel. But I reckon this won't be the last we see of each other. After all, you're the Fate Maker, and fate brings us together.
You'll find the key to the Nerpen Gate in my hidden booty room. You're welcome to plunder it. I found all the treasure I need.
Please do not phrase it like that.
Avast!
I do not want to plunder your booty. That's the way.
True love saves the day, la-dee-blah. You really bought into this Fate Maker crap, haven't
Oh,
you?
fuck no!
Her little creed is a lie, and she knows it. We all end up alone in the dark.
Hey, Fred, we're getting all the loot. Aren't you glad we did the pirate quest?
Their love was stronger than death, and nothing could keep them apart.
Are you crying over fictional characters? I didn't know that was possible on, like, several levels.
You tell anyone and I'm putting engine coolant in your breakfast cereal.
Fret, you may literally have a cold metal shell.
Yeah,
but
here
somewhere
you
deep
stomper.
inside you, there's a soft center. You're like an emotional soup can without a label.
Asshole.
Who knows what kind of gooey goodness is in there?
Well, that fixed me. I'm back to hating people.
Gates open for business.
Yes. Yes. Oh. Yes. Yep. Yep.
This calls for a celebration. What?
The gate is open. You have made it through the uppermost level of the seafloor, but now the darkest abyss lies ahead of you.
Finally. We'll roll the old chariot
Have traveled
along.
far, earning yourself a shortcut back to the previous area.
Alright. Oh.
This shrine is dedicated to Throtus Punchus, the patron god of critical hits.
Oh.
What can I get rid of?
Rotus punches. Alrighty. might pay for this later, but you know what? That's not my current problem right now. I got past all that though.
Smell it? Coming from that dungeon? That's a shrine piece.
Oh, I didn't hear. And we'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the chariot along. Da, 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 da. I can never remember the last bit.
C minus. Thanks for that. Well done, my lovely.
Damn it, Chaplain!
Can't wait to throw some spills. Still time to run the other way. You won't be near the knife.
I knew you were going to do that. God, I knew you were going to do that.
Imminent destruction! Piss off to the hereafter! Helpful!
What is that you see? Why, 'tis a shrine piece. You want a shrine piece? You want a shrine piece? You get a shrine piece. This shrine is dedicated to Grind Donna, patron god of experience.
Who are we? Who are we?
I think that's going to do me for today. Yeah. The caffeine's starting to wear off. Already it's doing me a few boosts, but it ain't gonna last. So I'm gonna do it here. Thank you all for coming. I hope you had a fun time. Hope you enjoyed oversimplified or the oversimplified video of Prohibition era. That's a little filler as I took care of myself. And I hope you will join me on the 2nd, yeah, as we dive into game night, whatever that holds for us. It's a mystery, woo! But with all seriousness, I'm actually looking forward to that. Maybe we'll play more of that Goose game. I don't know. But until then, be good to each other. Be the change you want to see in the world. Treat your mateys right. And be safe out there. Till we meet again.